what we're doing today, let's close these. I started looking at Shed CN for some reason, even though we're not using it. I don't remember why. But yes, the exact place that we left off is building out the form. This is what we have currently. So yeah, we got a section very similar to how we're being inspired by Nest.js's site. I'm gonna want to do like a feature thing like this too, I think. How does this part work? Feel free to create a pull request. Okay, yep. Yeah, so I like the way they do this part. Probably going to want to do a similar page for Vexilla. What's up, Taco Bandit? How you doing? So yeah, this is where the form would go. Hey, thanks for the gifted sub. Oh, I am using Shed CN? Did I just completely forget that? Oh, I am. Oh, well, all right. Yeah, I did totally forget that. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I mean, that's not so bad, Taco Bandit. The only time that's a really, really bad thing is when they haven't allowed you to update in years. So if you're still on, like, Angular 8, that's gonna suck. Right? If they just add a ticket every 6 months to update, give it a maximum of a week. If it takes longer, then you got problems. Should be way less than that, but could be multiple PRs that help. I forget how their LTS schedule works. Let me double check that. Right, and I think LTS is typically the even-numbered versions? No, never mind. Yeah, so 15 and 16 are LTS right now. But yeah, they really only support LTS for like a year. Interesting. I would say don't make that a hard and fast rule. There are some things that are just so much easier to reason about using observables instead, right? Like transforms and observables that need to like depend on each other, right? Like dependent data, right? Like, oh yeah, this updated, so we need to refetch this, that, and the other, and then do some filtering on them and blah, 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 right? I'm still saying you're probably going to want RxJS for a lot of that stuff because the signals code for something like that gets really messy. So yeah, I would say don't try and make it like a all or nothing rule. Move most of your logic to signals, sure, but you're gonna have things that benefit from being a service that exposes a subject, as an example, you know? Just for that, like, transform pipeline. Should be rare. Yeah, exactly, right? So as any of those things update, certain parts of that observable need to update as well. For sure. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be some things that just don't work as well with signals. But for simple state, signals are awesome. I would still say try and keep using the service abstraction. And I haven't messed with signals yet, so I don't know if that's actually the encouraged approach. But yeah, I would say still encapsulate your signals within services. All right, just because of how like services get dependency injected, for a signal like a scroll position. Oh yeah. No, I understand. Like I've done a bunch of Angular. I used to be on the organizing committee for the Seattle Angular meetup. Now I barely did anything. I was basically the, oh my God, we don't have a talk. Like we need a talk this month. 2 days before the event. Well, yeah, I'll write something up about Angular Universal. Why not? And yes, that's literally happened before. 2 days before the event, here on stream, hammer out an Angular Universal talk. Yeah, no problem. I'm really proud of that. It was a pretty decent talk, you know, quick little 15 minutes just showing Angular Universal, showcasing a site working without JavaScript turned on. Like, yeah, it was cool. It was great. Oh, there you go. That's right. Yeah, Angular 2 inside of Angular 1 and vice versa was actually really interesting too. Yeah, Angular Elements. Yep. Yeah, it was really good. Using Angular Elements inside of React. Yeah, I did a talk. No big deal. So yeah, I've done a bunch of Angular stuff, and I still think the patterns matter, right? The pattern for services is incredibly useful, again, because of what I was saying, right? If you want to maintain scroll position, you can inject it at the page level, and then you can still inject the same service at another level for like an individual scroll panel, like scroll position, like, you know, like within like a sidebar or something. You can actually have that get remembered from page to page. And it's really simple. You don't need to create a whole new service. You don't need to add another prop to that service. You just inject it at the place that you need it. Boom, right? So yeah, the level at which you do your dependency injection of a service becomes really powerful and cool. Now, we didn't go like 3 layers deep there, Jarrell, but yeah. I know, I blew it. I knew I should have added the trace buster. Yep. Custom elements everywhere. I don't know if this site's up to date. It does have recent-ish versions of these things. Pretty out of date with the Angular. So yeah, they're like a year behind. Svelte 4 is out now, right? Or is Svelte 5 out now? But still pretty cool. So this kind of shows you, like, if you want to use custom elements for a design system that needs to be used in a bunch of different places, it can work. It's not the best because you still need to figure out lazy loading and things like that. And that's where something like Stencil becomes really useful. All right, so label, input. Oh, and we needed form, right? Yeah, so let me look at the Shad CN docs. I should not have closed those. Yep, so at least at this point you can do your Angular components as custom elements and use them inside React for now. Depending on if the page you care about needs lazy loading of those components. Astro is completely different. Astro is just a static site generator written in Go. Actually. It can use any of those like frameworks you want via an idea called islands. So you could use React and Vue in the same code base on an Astro site, which is kind of interesting. Especially useful for something that would end up being usable in both places, like like a component library. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. I don't know. Is it the name of the library? Yeah, so Sonner is built and maintained by someone. So a lot of Shad CN is just wrapping other things, right? If you look at form, form is just wrapping React hook form and Zod, basically. Technically, the Zod part is separate, but it's a nice lightweight wrapper around basically React hook form. Right? Shad CN itself is actually just a thin wrapper around Radix UI, right? How about the carousel? It's using Embla under the hood, right? So by wrapping other things into this nice clean, like, library, you get a little bit more cohesiveness, but they don't have to maintain every little bit. And I think that's probably the most interesting part. I'm trying to see what other ones are, like, built from other things. Seems mainly like the carousel, Sonner. Here's something. They have their own toast, actually, too. Right? So there's Sonner and there's toast. My guess is they want to deprecate toast. That way they don't have to maintain that code themselves anymore. Yeah, I'd say something that's focused, like Sonner, is probably the better bet. Right? Just simply due to maintenance surface area. But yeah, back to form. Let's go make it happen. They do claim accessibility. Yeah, we can find out real quick. I mean, I think placeholders are still useful. I just hope they're not, like, fully relying upon it. And it doesn't look like they are. Right? This is just an example, you know, username or whatever. That's fine. What's up, hello friend? How you doing? Alright, so form item, form control, form description, form message. I don't know if we actually need all of those, but we'll do it anyway. I don't know what control is meant to be right there. Aceternity? Yeah, no, I've never heard of it. Yeah, how you doing, Todd, Mr. Sir? Doing all right. Just still trying to break into DevRel. A lot of companies are looking for like founding DevRel. And because I don't have official, you know, experience with it, very few are willing to take a chance on it. But I got a meeting later this week with another one to chat about it. I think for the most part, most of them would benefit from like hiring me for some of that stuff. And, you know, like when they finally get a proper like founding DevRel, they can actually like chart a course kind of thing. I'd probably lack experience on the strategy part of things. But I got enough DevRel friends that I could reach out and ask them, like, what do y'all think? I can get some feedback and mentorship type stuff. You decided today officially that you're leaving tech? Okay, like for what? Yeah, I think I'd be really good at it. I just lack the experience on like a proper content strategy, you know? But most of the companies I've talked with are less keen on like the going out and talking at conferences and stuff and more keen on like just people doing it. Yeah, sorry, one sec. So yeah, like you said leaving tech. For what? What do you plan on doing instead? And yeah, what I was saying is a lot of the companies I've talked to are less keen on conference talks and more keen on just like having people build with their tools, which sounds great. Oh, and you're back now. You might have missed me saying for the second time. Here's the third one. What are you pivoting to if you're leaving tech? Gonna be a farmer? No, that's a common trope. Oh, it's a, like, I'm not saying it's common to have happen, but there's very often a time where most people think they want to get out of tech and just become a farmer, right? Lobster farming in Arizona? If you can keep the water the right temp, that's not a bad idea. I bet it's really hard for Arizona to source lobster, right? Like trekking it in from Maine, etc. Sounds pretty expensive. Yeah, no, I think that's actually a really good idea. You just want to make sure the water's nice and cold. Making sure it's at the right, like, saline levels, etc. You know. But yeah, that's actually not a terrible idea. I could see like Nevada and like Vegas and Reno being some of your biggest consumers. Oh, really? Lobster take a long time? I didn't know that. I don't know why. I kind of figured lobster grows grows fast. Huh. Interesting. And how is that like compared to crab? Crabs grow crazy fast. Maybe I was just thinking because crabs grow fast that lobster would be just as easy. Yeah, interesting. Five to seven? That's still a long time though, Jarrell, right? Like you could be up and running for crab in like a year, right? I don't know, hello friend. 1 second. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, was that you that asked about the Vision Pro earlier too? I don't know. It'll be a long time before I end up spending any money like that on something like that. I also get motion sick really easily. So I'm highly skeptical. Like, the fact that snowboard goggles work for me is interesting. I can't actually do the spherical goggles. They really mess with my vision. I need the flats because I'm used to the distortion they cause. So yeah, I feel like I would probably have issues with this too. These ones. I think they're the capsule. Right? Flat lenses. The type of goggles that have been made for years. I don't think it's the cleaver. Yeah, I think I got some capsules. I might have the cleavers, though. I can't remember which. But yeah, so basically, in the same way that your keyboard caps are typically cylindrical, we consider those flat lenses snowboarding, right? Whereas spherical, you know, is like curved on all directions. Just like your keycaps might be spherical instead of cylindrical. So, yep. When we say flat for snowboarding, we just mean no vertical concavity. Yeah, it messes with my eyes. Like, yeah, for sure. Ooh, ham sandwich. Yeah, one of the big things about motion sickness in some of those games is because of the field of vision they give you. If you can like widen up your field of vision, you'll usually be better off. But it's also a problem with some games and how they add like a sway to your running. And yeah, hold on, Brooks Zerker, I'm sorry, we got totally caught up. Everyone coming over from Brooks Zerker's stream, how you doing? So yeah, still doing the creating your own Git with Rust in, you know, for the code crafters thing. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't remember which goggles I have now. I'm pretty sure they're the cleavers. Could be the Velo. I don't remember. I got them free. Right, so don't get Von Zippers just because I say so. I got mine free, so I'm biased. There you go. Yeah, Frank Krueger. I'd really trust his opinion on it. Yeah, refresh rate probably is a big part of it. Now, for me, for snowboarding, it's, I know it's like a more natural vision, but it seems to me like it still has like a fisheye effect. The local sale website? No. Like, it's been a while, but I could probably still give my friend a call and get stuff at cost. So I could probably buy any board bindings that I want. I think even boots. Not any, but I know enough people in the industry. I could even get to like the Burton warehouse when they do their sale at the end of the year. Step-ins? Nah. I destroy bindings. I trust step-ins even less. I'm not a person that breaks snowboards in any way, but I break bindings really badly. Sheer force of will. It's just the way I like press and use my board, right? And I'm typically lighter, but that doesn't mean that you're still not like cranking on the bindings. With Roams have a point where they break, and it's like where the heel cup attaches at the back part of the base. I break Roams there all the time. It's been a few years since I've done it. Keep that in mind. But yeah, that was like my common place I would break those. Sometimes they would break where it attaches to the base at the front of like the heel loop because it's like a under-toe connected heel loop. With Burtons, I've broken Burtons just straight down the middle of the base. I typically destroy ladders on ride bindings because they use cheaper plastic on their ladders. And their like 360-degree ratchet just crunches through them. That's most of them. Like, yeah. Typically the heel loop is like one of the worst places. Can't stand like unibody bindings though, where like the heel loop is part of the base. Those are the ones that I'll break right down the middle. It's companies selling all their old samples. Yeah. So I know people I could just call up for that. Typically, you need to be sample size for that to work. Board and bindings are fine, because, you know, they'll usually have multiple sizes of samples for those. But for boots, if you're not a size 9, too bad. I did boot testing for Rome at one point. I lied to him and said I had size 9. Free boots are free boots, man. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun stuff. Yeah, only thing I'd actually really like hit up from like a local sale or, you know, selling their old samples kind of thing is outerwear. I don't have a good hookup on outerwear besides like Burton. Right, and that would just be like you know, their warehouse sale, right? Which is basically their samples. All right, so let's keep building this out. Oh, and yeah, no worries, Todd. Have a good one. Later. Okay, so I need to use form. I see use form field. Where is use form coming from? Ah, React hook form. Got it. I don't need a form this complicated, but we'll do it anyway. I'm curious if this is going to work the way we're intending, or if I need to throw all this into a React component. Yeah, so this is where we run into the tricky part. Do I want to do this as a client-only form? Or do we want to stay simple with it and just use regular HTML? I think allowing it to work without JS would be a good idea. I'm not sure that's all that valuable right now, though. By making it client-only, we might also deter some bots, which could be worth it. All right, hold on. So let me look at this. Email form bot prevention. Let me think about this. And yeah, how you doing, Mohai? Yeah, honeypot's good. Reverse honeypot's even better. Right? In conjunction with both. But I just wanted to see the measurement. I know we saw an article at one point that actually, like, measured the results. And I'm probably never going to find it again. Yeah, I'm doing great. I mean, I started pretty early. I started, like, right at noon. So, Akavenge, here's one thing. I am pretty good. Sometimes I forget. But we have a channel called Announcements over in Discord. You might want to turn on notifications for that channel. And then you can just get notified in Discord and not have to worry about Twitch. That's my recommendation. Totally up to you. But that's one of the main reasons I do that Announcements channel. Because Twitch's notifications are spotty at best. Yeah, no worries. Just letting you know. Yeah, I don't think they have any actual numbers in this one. Yeah, we're going to do a no script thing. So I want to move most of what we've got in our form into a component here. We're going to call it services form dot tsx. Ooh, and hold on. Have I run into this before? We don't need to make it default. Cool. Want to double check that. I forget if I need that still, but we'll find out. Oop. I'll just do a div right there for now. Oh God. I was doing something yesterday, checking out a company, reading their docs, doing some stuff. I hit a crazy bug that's actually due to Brave, like preventing some scripts. But as I was looking at their markdown, they had a no script tag with square bracket, object, object, square bracket. That is extremely ironic to have in a no script tag. It's really good, actually. It's really, really funny. That's fine, Ham Sandwich. I look at my hands when I type, so it's only distracting y'all. Yeah, there you go, Gavin. Now, I think the way I'd do it is like the irony is palpable or something BS-y like that. Oh no. There we go. No, really? That doesn't sound good. We're only getting this as a problem because we haven't imported services for him into the other page yet. Oh. There we go. And yes, that was me laughing like Peter Griffin from Family Guy. All right, we're going to start out with one of these. We're going to make it a mellow day today. But still going to give it a shot. This is Trader Joe's Kentucky Bourbon Straight Whiskey. They had another one that's like limited, but it's 125 proof. That would be tough. Pacing something that's cask strength is tough. But yeah, how is everyone's Monday? Anyone got plans for the week? It's going well. How about you? Nice. Is that like some of the new series that came out for Magic, like recently? I think I've seen people posting images on Reddit or whatever. Bamboo. Just got the pre-release one. Nice. It had like a weird name, right? I feel like I remember that, but I don't know. I don't pay that much attention. Hey! We did our shameless self-promotion of Orderly over on Hacker News because someone asked about using LLMs to build something. Right? Like in their tool, not like just like as part of the writing process. I got to shout out Orderly and we got an upvote instead of getting downvoted to oblivion, which is awesome. Hacker News is a fickle beast. Oh, did you? Pure flags is, you know, special, fancy. You don't even know about it yet. It's franche. Ooh, here's something that is needlessly pedantic, but typically with pull requests, and especially like commit messages, you want to actually call it fix, right? It's the thing that it does, rather than what it's doing, if that makes sense. It's hard to explain. But yeah, you want like imperative rather than, I forget what case this is. But yeah, just random, super pedantic. Don't worry about it. Like, you know. I think that could be a good use case for an LLM type thing at some point. Just to understand like the tense and case, like, you know, like the actual just tense of a PR. If you want to enforce something like that, that could be a fun little tool. That could be really fun, actually. Yeah, this is something I've experienced more than one time with shadcn stuff, especially when they have external dependencies, right? You get type errors that their docs really just don't handle. Oop, not what I wanted there. That does solve that type error at least. Did not mean to bring in format. Aha, so field right there is probably how they're doing the label stuff, right? What should we call you? So yeah, interestingly, they create the onSubmit function there. Oh, they still actually want you to do a regular old, like, form in there, though. Huh. Okay. I mean, let's just grab what they got. There's some weird, like, boilerplate, in my opinion. All right, let's go look at what's in the page real quick. All right, so all right, so we don't get the form in there right now because client only is not working. Oh, right. Forgot about that part. All right, where are these components at? Let's look at form. Do I have to do a full reload to get that to load? I do. Interesting. All right, good enough. Hey, yeah, that looks better. Get in touch, right? Something like that. I think it's an H2. All right, so one part of this is that styling's coming from prose. Yeah, so then here, H full items center flex call and justify center as well. So we are definitely display flexed in here. We're not going full height. Doesn't height 100%? Isn't it supposed to do that? Yeah, so we could do that. Yeah, so it's getting better. It's looking better so far. How do we feel about it? Any critiques? No, probably not. And I don't think I want to be too hung up on that being that way. Let's look at the inspiration for it real quick. Oh, they don't do the form thing. Yeah, they just do an email button. Yeah, interesting. Hmm. Yeah, there's some other ways we could do the layout that might look better. Right, but as an example, I don't think it's too important for that lining up to make sense, right? Like, this lining up with that, is it actually a big deal? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. That is something to think about, though. Yeah, how you doing, Bob? Definitely wanted some text there, I think. Yeah, and maybe that's the thing. Instead of like the side-by-side here, we just end up having like an image in this section over here. I think I want to get rid of the description part as well. What image would we throw there, though? And I might want to flip the order of these, right? Get the form on the right, image on the left, just for balance. And yeah, this button isn't styled right. So yeah, we got more work to do. I like the idea of swapping sides. We got to think of an image now. Y'all want to help me find an image on Unsplash? Doesn't have to be that, you know, accurate. All right, just the word male. We can do something like that. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I gotta use the restroom. If y'all can think of any good, like, image on Unsplash that makes sense, I think that would help out a bit. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. So yeah, what do y'all think? What would be a good image for reaching out to services? If anyone went and looked at and, you know, looked and found something, let me know. Make sure it's not Unsplash Plus. All right, letter. Just a pigeon. Doesn't have to be a carrier pigeon, it can just be a pigeon. Yeah, flag's gonna be rough. Yeah, message in a bottle could work. Sales, right? Just show me, like, money symbols. Oh, yeah, like the handshake. Just something generic, like one of these. I don't think something generic's too terrible. Oh, this one's free. Finding the right BS image for your site is actually tough. It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad at all. I kind of like some of these ones where it's just a bunch of people with laptops. Yeah, there was one up top where someone was like, what? Yeah, that one's not bad. I think I like this one. Sure, why not? You know, easy enough. Am I using Astro Image? All right, so yeah, let's copy this. All right, so what they're saying is we can import the image directly. We want image from Astro Assets. This is form image. And it's going to tell us we need the alt tag. As far as make money, I'm not sure about that one. They do have investment, right? In the same way Remix got investment pretty early on just to open source what they do. All right, if you don't remember, Remix was a paid product. I forget what they were charging for it. But yeah, they got some VC investment a couple years ago, I think. In fact, hold on. If you're ever curious, Crunchbase. We can probably search for him. Maybe. So they're at their seed stage. They've gotten 4 investors so far. They don't tell us who unless we log in. Really, Owen? Which one? Right? Yeah, dude, they are so annoying. I keep banning them. Yeah, I hate all those, like, just BS artist accounts. They're such a scourge. There you go. Oh, is sponsors a big way they do it too? Gotcha. Yeah, it looks like Lightspeed was their main investor. And if you log in, you get way more of this stuff for free. But it is pretty interesting. Like, you can totally look up how much money they've gotten from investments, which is kind of cool. So yeah, they've only done 1 funding round with 4 major investors. Gradient and Lightspeed are the most recent. Well, is Gradient shown here? No? Then yeah, they're the one they're hiding. I don't know. A lot of the companies will actually, like, disclose how much they got funded by. Good enough. Right, for like the image. Meh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I actually think... Oh, let's fix that real quick. I kind of feel like the description here is no longer necessary. Okay, so yeah, we need some state. Form submitted. Are you familiar with, like, Roman legions? Right? Rome legions in, like, battle would have, like, a flag that was called a Vexillum. Vexilla is just plural of Vexillum. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it, actually. It's like a non-obvious name, but it sounds like vaguely enterprisey. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it, actually. Oh, is there not, like, an email validator for Zod? What's up, Weeg? How you doing? Oh, that's a weird place for that to be, but I think it works. Oh. Oh, okay. So it's actually string still. You give it a min, and then email is like an extra thing. Cool. For some reason, I thought email would be a primitive. Right now we're working on a form for a services division of Vexilla. Right? So if people want to actually pay me to help them integrate Vexilla into their projects, we can do that. We can also offer, you know, like, hey, if you're open source and we could actually do this in public, you know, we can hop on my Twitch stream for it, kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, exactly. But we'll find out. We'll see if they let me do it. How about that? It's an easy way to check it. There we go. This is where that paragraph text actually looked better because it positioned the image a bit better too. But I think I'm okay with it. Ooh, has my audio been really quiet today? Do I need to crank it a little? It does look a bit quiet, doesn't it? Yeah, hold on. All right, that should be a little better. Just wanted to make sure. Ooh. What if... What if we did a background image? Right, so Astro background images? Mm-hmm. I'd want to add like a blur to it, which is doable too. Oh, and that's right. So there was another step I was missing that actually might have made this not necessary. So let's do that real quick. Oh no, so that's actually right. No, it isn't. It wouldn't be that much better, but it would help. But really, I think I just need items center here. Maybe I align it bottom? Nope, I'm messing that up already. So boom, flex end. I think flex end actually does what we were looking for-ish. And that's fine. I don't mind it being underneath the heading. All right, so then this is where actually like centering it would probably be better still. I don't mind it being under the heading. I just don't want it to look too weird. And the more I look at it, the weirder it looks, so that's not good. I think it's the spacing on the header that's getting me, because it's got margin above it. Right, and it's getting really fiddly. I'm going to leave this commented, and I want to try and give this a background. So yeah, if we do something like that. Oh, all right, so it loaded. It's just really big. All right, so then width, we'll say 800. Oh, but I'd want to blur it. Yes, no way of blurring it at the prop level. CSS filter BG image blur. Is it really backdrop filter? I know how I can do this. Just throw another div on it. Just sprinkle a div on it. Ooh, lighten doesn't do it? Or I think the comma's messing it up, right? And what how you doing, Steve? Nope, that breaks it. Is lighten not actually one of them? Nope, that isn't it. There it is. Okay. So I could just do opacity. No? I can only do one at a time? No, yeah, look, see, they're doing it. Yeah, multiple filters, no comma. Opacity 20% should work. Oh, so it is blurring, it's just not enough. Yeah, this is just getting to be, like, too much, isn't it? Right, take it the other way. Nah, I hate it. I hate it. It looks terrible. The submit form text underneath? I don't think so, Jarrell. I don't think I've seen that that pattern in many places. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like the way this looks. All right, so let's go uncomment this. Yeah. Okay, so now this is not full height again. Yeah, so explicit height is not the issue there either. I don't use object fit nearly enough. Here's the thing, we need an image for enterprise services too. Thank you for the follow. I missed Scheming in Progress a while back, and Narwhal Games. Thank you for the follows. All right, so I want to keep the sizing and styling of these. But I want to fix the spacing. And I think, yeah, that contact us is probably not necessary. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Still pretty dark at 7 a.m.? Yeah, that's rough. I'm still on the fence about that paragraph. If we just got rid of that padding, we'd be good. No image? It's not a bad idea. And then we could just use the image up here for the top one. Definitely not a bad idea. At which point maybe the paragraph makes sense. What's up, Chica? How you doing? Yeah, I'm okay with it. Doing well. We don't really do the floating thing in many other places, though. I mean, we do a little bit for cards like this, so it could work. But we don't really do it anywhere else. All right, so one big part of it is I think I need to get rid of the Pros XL stuff and just style our fonts like the rest of the page. Yeah, let me replace that one image real quick. Oop. Yeah, and that one can just sit as a placeholder. Yeah, so then I just want to fix this bit. Oh wait, where is it? Yeah, this bit. This is mine. Mm-hmm. All right, so class here, we'll say gap 4 as well. Oh. All right, so we give it a little more space. probably good enough. I think learn more is a little meh. And yeah, that coloring is no good. Yeah, so we've got a bunch of, like, primitives that we probably need to extract. Oh, that was the wrong button, though. Yeah, I think it's looking better. I think there's just a bit too much space. Yeah, so that PY24. That's that PY24 for sure, right? Yeah. So I like the idea of PT24. And the rest is probably good. Yeah. Yeah, that's looking better. Okay. So let's get the button to the right, and let's make that a little bit better now, too. But we're doing the Shad CN button. Yeah. So mixing and matching some of our styling stuff is a bit meh. Oh, and flex row is automatic. Items flex, or items end, I think. Maybe it's justify end. Why would that not be firing our button submit, though? Uh-oh. All right. So yeah, back to the form a bit. I just saw one thing I really wanted to fix. The name is not going to be that. Arthur Dent. There we go. Okay, so now we don't see the form submission event, and we definitely should. My guess is that because it's empty, that's our issue. But we're not seeing any like warning about those things. So like, you know, testing foo@bar.com. And we still don't see it. Uh-oh. I'm wondering if this is part of the issue. The Zod resolver type not being correct. Nope, they hate it. All right, let's close some of these tabs because we don't need all of them. All right, Shad CN. Yeah, I wonder if part of it is the fact that I'm not defining my submit function separately. That seems weird to me, though. So they're doing what? Z.infer type of form schema. So yeah, it's just the Zod resolver that we're having issues with. I mean, if I did Zod resolver like that... Oh. Oh. Air brakes. We do see the submission event. So yeah, we did need that function to find a different way. Oh, wait. And actually, no. I think it is still just that right there. Our Zod resolver is throwing on us. Let's refresh just to be sure. Right, so we get nothing there now. Yep. All right, let's see what it is again. So it's Zod resolvers. What version of Zod do we think we have? I don't think I explicitly installed it, so I don't think that's the problem. Oh, we did. Right. Okay. I think it's hook form resolvers. Yeah, so 3.3.4. What version of Zod does that depend on? Three dot two two dot three. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh, I did PNP, didn't I? There we go. Oh, and I forgot to update PNPM. Meh, whatever. Wait, no I didn't. It just thinks we're out of date because it's resolving it wrong. That's even more annoying. Just because I'm using a different folder for the cache. Oh, it's still going. It is a mono repo, so it does take a bit. Probably need to update Astro Toml. That'd be a good idea. Let's try and restart the extension host and see if that fixes some of this TypeScript-y kind of nonsense. We'll see. Man, and it's been so warm in Washington lately that I've been having such a hard time getting to sleep. Does not feel like winter. Okay, so I'm also not understanding why we get this type error, but it basically breaks the wiring to Zod and React Hook form, which is really annoying. Right, which means we don't get any validation. We can do it by hand, but that's just really annoying. Yeah, what's everyone up to? How you doing? Alright, so one thing I'm going to do real quick. Drag all these third-party dependencies above. Right, and organizing the deps is really not a big deal. But it was something we could do while we're just thinking. What time is it? 3:46. The time is just flying. Ooh. That's a good background image right there, though, isn't it? Anyone know the movie? Anybody know the movie? No. That's fine. It's The Reanimator. That same actor was in the movie The Frighteners. He played like the FBI agent or whatever. That's definitely not a chair. That's a tray in which someone's head is taken off, and the thing behind him is the person he's putting the head back on, because he's the reanimator. It's a classic, like, cheesy horror film. So if form submitted, return. And this is where we would do something like, thank you for the submission. We will reach out to you as soon as possible. All right, so we're still not there yet. So I had Zod 3.21. I think the big problem is that the hook form resolver is specifically tied to like some version, but it's not actually a dependency. Yeah, it wouldn't really be Zod's fault. It's the thing we're consuming that's relying upon Zod. Use form right here, and the resolvers in Zod resolver. I think it's specifically Zod resolver. That's actually the problem. So it's hook form, not actually bundling the dependency, right? It's a peer dependency instead, and that just totally breaks things. Oh, see, it doesn't even make it a peer dependency? I mean, this is just plain straight up out of date. They're not even keeping up to date with their own version. What TypeScript version we on? We're not using it directly. Interesting. I don't think this is going to be the fix, but we'll see. But yeah, I would place way less blame on Sod. Huh. So yeah, they give it the type resolver right there. But they're not casting it, so I'm guessing resolver is here in types. Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff. Oh, it's use form right there. Oh, right. Okay, I was wondering why none of those actually looked right to me. We go to the source. Oh, and use form. Oh, hold up. Use form is from React hook form. Hook form resolvers is separate. I think it's React hook form. Okay. So we go back to resolvers. We look at package.json. What version of hook form does it rely upon? It says just 7.0.0. I don't think that's actually right. So 7.50.0 is the newest. What version of some of these other things do they depend on? Exactly. So the 7.50 should work if they are good about their Semver, but they might not be. Let me double check this. npm JS dependency syntax. I just want to verify that. None of that's that big a deal. Where do we see the caret being used, though? Yeah, that's why I wanted to double check it. I would expect that they follow the same stuff, but again, when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. Anyone know the movie that's from? Give you a hint on the actor that says it. It is Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah, King Sesh knows the movie. Oh, yeah, I think you're on the right track there. It sounds like a Sam Jackson line, doesn't it? You don't know the movie, but you knew. You just knew. Yeah, it's from The Long Kiss Goodnight. That movie's fantastic. It's really well done. Directed by Shane Black, the author of the screenplay for Lethal Weapon. He directed Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Yeah, Shane Black's great. Shane Black was writing the script to The Last Boy Scout on the set of Predator. He played Hawkins, the guy with the glasses. They wanted to give him, like, fancy, like, you know, like Oakley-style glasses. And he was like, nope, my character wears just, like, you know, the granny glasses. Sorry, nope. Putting my foot down. Artistic license. In the movie As Good As It Gets, he's the restaurant owner that kicks Jack Nicholson out of the restaurant. Get out! I'm a bit of a fan. Yes, okay. I was making sure of this. So the caret here doesn't always mean all the way up to the next major version. It goes based off of the 0 version. So if you're on a 0.2, it'll only go to 0.3. Right? So yeah. I just wanted to make sure I was remembering that right. Shane Black is in a lot of Tarantino movies? Really? Really? Huh. I don't seem to remember that. Yeah, 7.0.0. Yeah, it's based on, like, where the 0 is. Like, who does he play in the Tarantino films you're talking about? I'm not sure about that, man. Oh, you meant Sam Jackson. Gotcha. Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, he's not an actor that often. He's more of a writer, which is why it was weird, right? I guess he has acted in 16 things? Interesting. I didn't know that. Wait, he was in RoboCop 3? I don't remember that at all either. All right. Well, I'm not as big of a fan as I thought. But yeah, as far as writing, yeah, he wrote Lethal Weapon, Monster Squad, Lethal Weapon 2, Last Boy Scout, Lethal Weapon 3, Last Action Hero. I didn't realize he wrote Last Action Hero. But Long Kiss Goodnight, right? Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Iron Man 3, I guess he wrote. I forgot about that. The Nice Guys is actually amazing. If you haven't seen The Nice Guys, this is the movie that made me realize that Ryan Gosling has actual like comedy chops. Like he's actually really good. Like really good. So yeah, if you haven't seen this film, that might be better than checking out Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Even though Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, I credit for reviving Robert Downey Jr.'s career, this is like a better version of that movie. Yeah, comedy chops. He nails it. All right, anyway, back to it. Yeah, I'm like thinking more and more about what someone said. I'd love to just like create a podcast where we just talk about movies. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty damn cool. All right, so yeah, here's the issue. They're talking about removing caches and doing some other junk. Yeah, it's really good. If that fixes it, oh, I'm gonna be mad a little bit. Come on, Astro, figure it out. Yep. So we don't get that form event. We can work around it. It's not hard. It's just annoying, like we shouldn't have to. We can do this for now, because I'm not sure what the type's actually going to be. And what is it, like safe parse? And I think it would be result.errors, right? So we submit that. Wait, what? Why are we not getting the errors out of it? Okay. So we do see it. Perfect. Here's one thing I wish Zod Error did. Instead of giving us an array, I wish it actually turned it into an object with like keys we could look up directly. All right, so we'll do this. Ah, this is annoying, but whatever. Okay, so there we go. All right, so here we go. Okay. Right. And we haven't wired up those inputs because, yeah, it broke everything for us. That's right. Hey, X Factor, Mr. Sir. Yeah, thank you for the sub. We shouldn't be having to do any of this right now, but whatever. All because our Zod resolver is broken. Oh, and I could probably just update the form. We'll call that good. I think that's fine. Yeah, there we go. Cool, called it good. Yeah, I think that's fine. So yeah, actually submit the form to the server. I think that works. But yeah, I'm doing well. How about you, Bob? Yeah, what's everyone up to? And yeah, what are you up to, X Factor? Figuring out dinner and about to continue watching season 1 of Ted Lasso. Yeah, I've heard it's really good, actually. Listening to some podcasts while you get started. Nice. Curious how I submit it? Like, yeah, we're gonna create an endpoint, launch it up to Netlify or Vexilla or whatever. Just handle that. Right, so we got auth.vexilla.dev. We're probably going to create just another goofy little website for submitting things. Ooh, how is this failing? Wait, why would this care about our PNPM version? Oh, here we go. Okay. Yep, default is 7.x. All right, so that makes sense. We just need to update our PNPM version to 8. Let me use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back, though. Sorry. Ooh. Okay, I'm back. Just cuz. Technically, this is a commercial project, so it's outside the scope of the free tier on Vexilla. But I don't want to pay $20 a month for the privilege of just submitting a form. At least Netlify has a very reasonable free tier, and then they can just charge me money after that, right? Yeah. Yeah, so for the most part, I will probably never have to worry about this amount of bandwidth. Right? Like, from a billing perspective, Netlify, I think, is cleaner. For what I need. I can do 1 million edge functions per month. Technically, 125,000 per site per month. So for auth, for Vexilla, totally fine. For this form submission, totally fine. Now that said, $25+ when exceeded, that's less ideal. So if we end up hitting this, yeah, I'll launch it all up to, you know, Architect and AWS Lambda, like, directly instead. But we don't need to worry about that yet. So, whatever. Yeah, some of these things are ridiculous in their pricing. Is this just the amount of forms you can have? Or is this submissions per month? If it's submissions per month, that's ridiculous. But yeah, I don't need anything outside of their basic stuff. I did recently apply to Netlify. I think for their SDK and like tooling team. We'll see if they actually get back to me. Let me double check one thing. Are we on main right now? No, we're on services page. All right, so over here in the project, we've got app docs get auth. I'm going to create another and call it marketing forms. Basically clone what we got there, though. Maybe just forms for now. Oh, hold on. Ah, yep. So they hate that. Alright, what PNPM version are we on? 8.5.0. We'll just stick with what we got locally first. Cool. Now we got to do the same thing for forms. And yeah, they're separate deploys. I think it's just easier that way. What the hell is Neo Confetti? It was just leftover, and I didn't uninstall it yet. That's all. Meh. Exactly. Yeah, so we're not using it. Made for lockdown viewing? What does that mean? You just mean like episodes back to back or something? Bingeable. Yeah, that's probably the right way to think of that. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so oof. Here in forms. Yeah, I know it's weird. We're using Svelte Kit just for form submissions. It's because I didn't want to spin any of this stuff up on AWS myself, because that's a little bit more like rigmarole to set up. But yeah, at some point, gutting the Svelte Kit out and probably merging the auth and the form submission stuff to their own like AWS Lambda repo. Just call it endpoints or something. I don't know. That could be the move. All right, so yeah, this route that we got, this is going to be marketing services. contact. Oh, I feel like I've heard people say they like it, but yeah, they might not have been the book readers. That's how most things are that were from, like, a book. And yeah, real quick, this Trader Joe's bourbon. Not bad. Not bad at all. But yeah, it's like Hitchhiker's Guide. When it was fresh, oh, how dare they? But nowadays, I'll happily rewatch the Hitchhiker's Guide movie. Yeah, it's their own, like, custom one. I guess you have to be in a state that allows grocery stores to sell liquor. Not all states allow that. And yeah, who's got some fun plans for the week? I will be heading into Seattle on Thursday, which means I'll probably try and start streaming a bit earlier on Wednesday, and we'll just skip Thursday. Because I got to be in Seattle at like 3. Just like when the stream's like just getting going, you know? You're starting a new project this week? Oh, that sounds fun. Like at work? No. Like an in-person kind of like interview / chat for like a DevRel position. Yeah, we'll see. It's like the first interview, you know? But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, yeah, they're yelling about the fact. Yeah, yeah, we can undo what we just did there. Yeah, so we do need some of this. This is going to be name. I could probably do like z.never. Ooh, I can do z.undefined. Yeah, so we don't do any of this. We would want to get a response from our email sending platform here. We'll do that for now. All right, so we'll do that to fix the errors we got. I think we're good here. We didn't need that part. No, not yet. Yeah, you might have missed out on the fact that the company that put me through 6 interviews ghosted me. So lame. But again, probably a bullet dodged. Yeah, dude. 6 interviews. Including, like, the initial, like, hey, let's talk with the recruiter kind of thing. So, yeah. Pretty gross. I never worked for Netflix. You definitely have me confused with someone else. Like, for sure, Kiwi. You might be thinking of Melky, who's always just joked about working for Netflix. Trash Dev does work for Netflix. You might be thinking of that other Chris. I doubt anyone would confuse me with Prime. Right? So there's either Trash Dev, whose name is also Chris, or Melky, because there's just a vague resemblance there. Like, really vague. But I could see that getting mixed up. I don't think anyone would mix me up with Prime. You might have been thinking about Vape Juice Jordan, who stopped working there years ago. But okay, so we do this. We call it good. We respond with a 400. Well, yeah, I've applied to Netflix and never heard a single thing back from them. Which means I should probably apply again here soon. It's been like 3 or 4 months. But okay, so we've got this launched up. Netflix? I have no idea. I've never applied at Google. Only Facebook thing I've ever done was like one initial like call where someone cared about the difference between call and apply. You mean you don't have that memorized? So yeah, bullet dodged there as well. There you go, bedtime bear. Now, here's the thing. Hold on. Do you remember Sam Eubanks? He organized Bellevue JS. He showed up to a bunch of like other interviews and stuff too. He was pretty big in the scene for a while. If not, no worries. I was just curious. I don't think he ever made it to the Angular meetup. He was very much like, I care about performance and blah, blah, blah. And like, you know, he was one of those like vanilla first or use his framework kind of people, which makes sense, right? For what he was looking at. But I was like complaining to him about the call and apply thing at one point. Nah, and that's fine. It makes sense. He went to the Seattle ones every once in a while, but not that often. Like, I saw him at Seattle JS once or twice. But basically, I was complaining to him about it, wanting to forever hate on and never memorize the difference between call and apply in JavaScript. And that jerk told me a really good mnemonic that I can never forget. Right? Because that's how mnemonics work. So basically, call and apply are a way of applying arguments to a function. Right? So it would be function.call, function.apply, and it's basically you're passing a context for that function's this argument, right? Or not argument, but like this context. So it's a way of changing the this context of a function while passing in your arguments in a certain way. The way you pass in your arguments is actually the only difference between the two things. Call is a comma-separated list of arguments. Call, comma, both start with C. Apply is an array of arguments. Apply, array, bim, bam, boom. You'll probably never be able to forget that now, because it's a really good mnemonic. So I'm actually, like, fundamentally upset. Yeah, exactly. So now if some BS interviewer asks you that question, you got it. You're welcome. I expect royalties any day now from all y'all. I'm kidding, by the way. When you say you've hit some, like you saw someone else like reading it, right? Or like you read someone else's code they wrote, but would you ever do it yourself? No. I'd rather write a functional function that takes in a context, and then you don't got to worry about this semantics. That's way better. All right, so I'd rather just go more functional than object-oriented there, and then you're good to go. Gotcha. Yeah, call and apply are like linked lists. You probably don't need them, but there are some cases where you might. Having to reverse that linked list? No, you probably should never have to do that. All right. Use a linked list implementation that has a reverse function. Done. Hopefully they're doubly linked, and then it's really easy. First thing, boom! Never know when you're gonna need it. There you go. Yeah, what's that quote? Oh, it's so good. Hold on, I don't want to butcher it. Time Bandit's Supreme Evil quote. Hold on, it's actually two quotes combined. Let me make sure. So, God isn't interested in technology. He cares nothing for the microchip or the Silicon Revolution. Look how he spends his time. 43 species of parrots. Nipples for men. Slugs Slugs! He created slugs! They can't hear, they can't speak, they can't operate machinery. Are we not in the hands of a lunatic? If I were creating the world, I wouldn't mess about with butterflies and daffodils. I would have started with lasers. 8 o'clock, day 1. It's a good quote. Like, if you've never seen the movie Time Bandits, you got homework. When I have the map, I will be free, and the world will be different because I have understanding. Understanding of what, master? Digital watches, and soon I shall have understanding of video cassette recorders and car telephones. And when I have understanding of them, I shall have understanding of computers. And when I have understanding of computers, I shall be the supreme being. Yeah, it's pretty good. If anyone's unaware, David Warner, the actor that plays the Supreme Evil in Time Bandits, is the same actor that plays the scientist in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. Right? Did I just blow your mind? I hope I did. Yep. Yeah, it's really cool, actually. All right, so real quick, we get this created. Wait, where's the I already have an account screen? Come on, guys. Oh, there it is. Login. Okay, hold on. I just gotta hide it real quick. Give me a second. Okay, so we're back. There you go, Sergeant. No big deal. I know, exactly. Like, yeah, for sure. Oh, really, Voltagon? Yeah, no, this is an Alt F4 hoodie. I'm OG triple triple. Now, hold on. I know there's a way I can actually do this. Cool. Yeah, they're not doxing my, my API code here. Good. God, motherfuckers. I hate their website. Reset password. Oh, thank you. All right, so hold on. Let's do this. They're not showing anything too much yet. And sending from the sandbox is not a big deal. What do you mean coffee encoding? With the transitions? We've had those for like years now. Like years. I'm talking 2021 bare minimum. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, it typically happens on hacking or the restroom scene. Yeah, I feel like the BRB screen definitely, like, turned some people off. Right? Even though it's, like, it's really, like, innocent and whatever, there are some people that are less secure with who they are. And seeing the statue makes them feel weird inside. That's my only guess. I haven't done it for a long time. I mean, there's definitely like a dip in viewership when I get up and use the restroom. But I think there's an even bigger dip when I use that screen. Yeah, I'll probably still use it from time to time. Yeah, no worries, coffee encoding. You still saw my tweet about the company ghosting me. So, you've seen all that matters. The name of the statue is Mannequin Piss. Technically, the one you're seeing is the one from the movie, The Money Pit. Here's a quick recap for anyone who's unaware. There it is. Pretty good, right? It happens. Honestly, majorly judging the company for it, and probably wouldn't have been that great of a place to work anyway. So, whatever. Yeah, exactly. You know. Yeah, I need money. I like money. But, you know, it is freeing me up to interview with companies that are looking for something that might fit me better. That said, I don't like dipping into my finances as much as I've had to, right? The savings. So, yeah. Might just take pretty much any front-end role I can get in the next few months if I can't figure out some DevRel. I think I would nail it as a DevRel, though. Oh, I think I'd be good. We got some companies interested on, right, because Thursday won't be it. I think Friday would be a good day for it. I do need to, like, build something out using a tool. I already have, like, a good, like, quick-ish idea for it. It'll be another, like, chatbot, or not chatbot, Twitch bot. I basically need to build something using Vappy, which is a voice API service. But I think it's beyond the scope of doing it for Orderly. I think it's beyond Orderly's scope a little bit. However, implementing what they got into just a quick little chatbot that maybe, like, when I say clip it, it creates a clip of the past minute and a half or whatever, you know? Nailed it. Clip that. Bim, bam, boom. Nailed it. I think that'd be pretty easy. No, you were thinking of Pico Voice. Pico Voice is like an established business that I should definitely still apply to. I need to not forget about that. Because I haven't yet. Looks pretty good to me, though. So, yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay. I'm okay with it, yeah. I feel like, yeah, we could have done way worse. The fact that it's only a portion of what I actually need out of a writing tool is a thing. The next iteration of the writing tool probably won't even care about voice for a while. It'll be more worried about like structure and things like that. Right? Like how the data gets like linked together. Right? I want to do like the TV show writing tool, not just a book writing tool. You learned a lot? Yeah, it was pretty fun. There's a lot of cool stuff we could do with it. All right, so here's what we need to do. I'm going to need a few more env variables. All right, so SMTP server, SMTP sender. We're going to call that good. We do end up needing to bring in node mailer. Cool. There we go. Twitch doesn't have that. How would that work? You'd catch up to where we are, and then it would just pause for a while before it does the 1.5? Or are you trolling? Yeah, if you're not going to be sincere with questions, I'll just start ignoring you, Spirit. How about that? What up, Aldous? How you doing? Throw a kappa on your jokes and then people know. Welcome to the internet, where sarcasm does not exist. All right, so we just brought in node mailer. Do we have to bring in types on our own? Gotta love a library sold. They boast about ES6 code. Data science bootcamp? Yeah, that sounds fun. Nice. I know, right? Mic drop. All right, so here we go. Let's look at the node mailer usage docs. Yeah, so here we go. Oh, yeah, we need types for node mailer, though. So yeah, it's not that up to date. Any minute now. All right, so we got node mailer there. Node mailer dot create transport. We can create a new connection per email, that's fine. This right here is the server we care about. So there's SMTP server. This is SMTP sender. SMTP password is another thing we'll need. All right, so we create the transport. Let's go look at usage again. So sending an email, it'll then be transporter dot send mail. Nice. Ooh, message configuration is the part we care about there. It does return a promise. Nice. So const result equals await. And the stuff that goes into here. Oh, wrong place. Oh, it's just email subject. And yeah, it'll just be some text. So text. What up, Traxxas? How you doing? Or, I mean, not Traxxas. What you up to? Ooh, and yeah, so this almost hints at needing a message body as well, right? So we probably need to do that. Walter? Walter is what we'll do after I think we have Vexilla at a good place, which would mean that we need to launch out Vexilla's SDKs to their various repositories. I need to have a legitimate funnel/filter for services for Vexilla, and I need to establish the Discord a bit better, as well as make some more documentation. So we're probably like a month or two away-ish. Depending on if I work on any other side projects in between. And then, yeah, Walter would actually, I think, be a moneymaker. I would not mind actually applying to, like, Y Combinator with Walter. But I need a job in the meantime. So, yep. That is why Walter may take a little bit of backseat for a while. No, but I'm interviewing with some. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I think it depends on the role, for sure. If you're talking about being like founding engineer, I've never been founding engineer for anything. A startup reality show called The Blocks? Interesting. Mark Frank Montoya had a hotel called The Block in Tahoe. I doubt that's still going. Number 11? Yeah, I've never been that early at a company. Well, I mean, I'm at number 1 on my own companies. Who does number 2 work for? No, so Traxxas, what do you need? Like, are you really looking to get going? I could probably prioritize quicker. What machine are you talking about? Like, do you have a business that you want to use Walter with? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, do you have actually, like, a use case for Walter? Yeah, exactly. I think Walter would be really useful for a lot of businesses. Yeah, I gotcha. I think it's a really good idea, too, right? Prepaid billing as a service. Pretty much every other billing provider I've looked at, like Lago and some of the others, are all about, like, invoicing instead of prepayment. So it's like just a fundamentally different model, which I think is actually really good to maybe getting accepted to Y Combinator. What do you mean by $1 an hour? Right? If you have a service you want to bill someone $1 an hour for operation of, and they can turn it off and on whenever they like, yeah, that's exactly what Walter's made for. Right? Usage-based billing. Yeah, for sure. So that's exactly it. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I think AI and game developers are the core target market. Especially game developers that want to host their thing outside of Steam. Right? itch.io, Steam, bunch of these things. We could still use them as like payment providers for various things, but you still need to like maintain the balance outside of those because you might be able to top up from multiple places, right? So yeah, huge value right there. Yeah, usage-based billing is the core thing, but then transactional-based billing, transactional-based billing works too, right? You know, so pretty much every game you've ever played, you buy $20 of their bullshit coin, and then you just deduct the bullshit coin for like a purchase from that balance. Bim bam boom, right? Like every EA video game out there. You'll never get any of your credits back from it. Don't even try. So yeah, I think Walter would fit your use case perfectly there, Duct Tape. Like, really well. Real quick, let me go use the restroom, though. Yeah, we're going. I got no plans for tonight other than eating food. So we can keep this going until we're basically done. But I do need to use the restroom and pour water, so BRB. I'm back. Oh, we back. Whoa, we got a fat raid just now, didn't we? DM Mulroy, Mr. Sir. How you doing? What are you up to? Wow, you got quite a crew there. Right? No judgment, but you got a raid too, didn't you? Who raided you? Was that a Tej raid? Yeah, what's everyone up to? Let's do the shout-outs. Sorry, I had to use the restroom. And yeah, dude, have you done your announcement yet? Otherwise, I know nothing. But yeah, welcome everyone. How y'all doing? What you up to? Yeah, he is. Hell yeah. Working with a good group of people. Yeah, he might have. I get it. Yeah, because I was like missing for a good 30 seconds or so. Welcome everyone from the raid. I get it. When you raid someone, you typically stopped streaming because you had to finish. So that's fine. I walked away for a sec. Have you done your announcement yet? Or should I keep that a little lower for now. I was just curious. I wanted like your permission before I did a big old congratulations. Okay, you did talk about it? Perfect. Yeah, dude, super cool, man. You get to work with someone as awesome as Anthony Hsu. Yeah, what team are you going to be on? I don't think I asked you about that part yet. Oh, duct tape, is that your, like, fake DM Mulroy right there, too? Account creation and management and all that. Ah, cool. Nice. More back-end focus or like more full stack focus? If I find a bug in the UI, do I get to blame you? I'm kidding, by the way. Like, I wouldn't. Duh. Full stack? Yeah, awesome, man. Nice. Yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds right up your alley. Hopefully, the less TypeScript, the better. Technically, as far as your alley goes. But yeah, cool, man. And yeah, that's another good one. There's definitely way too many limbs in that photo, but again, that one nailed it. Good job. So yeah, for everyone joining my stream right now today, what we're working on is we had... Yeah, so we didn't, like, kill this tab yet. We have this, like, this services page for people to sign up for actual, like, real services, right? For, hey, do you want me to help you implement Vexilla into your product, etc.? Yeah, contact us. Let's make it happen. I need a section actually shouting out, hey, is your thing open source? Would you be willing to stream it? You can actually do that completely free. Or at least massively discounted, right? So we're going to want to do stuff like that for sure. But yeah, we're working on it. The part we're on right now is this form. So the form's there, but we got to actually wire up the submission of that form. About Boss? Like Hugo Boss? You mean like Target Cologne? I'm guessing not. Now, I think full stack is absolutely a thing, right? Now, technically, part of that horse doesn't get drawn as well, but you can still be a fairly full stack horse. And if anyone doesn't know the reference I'm making, the full stack horse. Right? So a lot of back-end engineers are full stack, but that's the front end they might do. Whereas some other full stack engineers might be like the first part of the horse really well done, and then this part for the back end. I'm closer to that one. Right? And you'll notice there's like a big, like good portion of the back end, but there's still like the nitty gritty of it. Yeah, so I think there's a big thing. Front end, back end, even DevOps are all like crushable, but there's still, even with back end, there's going to be things like SQL engineer stuff that is tough, right? Like really tough. right? You could be really good on the back end and have no idea how a Postgres extension gets made, right? But some people would consider that back end, right? So no one's ever a complete drawing. Nobody is ever the complete horse. Ragnock is the French baguette. You mean basically a weapon? And yeah, there you go, Seth Getterson. No, so getting paid to bullshit, that is DevRel, not DevOps, not front end, back end, that's DevRel. I'd love to get paid for DevRel. Feel like I'm pretty good at it already. Dev Advocate, DevRel, Tech Advocate, right? Any of that stuff. Ooh, DevSecOps? Oh, yeah, if you work for an engineering like a consultancy that does DevSecOps, yeah, you're paid for BS, for sure. Yeah, let me just run this scanner tool for $500 an hour. Here's the thing, though. If you make anything that targets developers as your core target market, DevRel is actually really, really important. And here's something that I've actually had a thought about recently. Does DevRel fall under marketing rather than engineering, rather than R&D? And if it does, then it doesn't get taxed the same way that R&D does. What I'm getting at is there's that section 174 or whatever. DevRel equals sales engineer. Yeah. What I'm getting at, though, is R&D is actually massively taxed very differently than marketing at this point, right? You can actually write off marketing salaries as an expense. You can't do that with engineering anymore, with R&D. Right? So, hold on. Let me just point this out. This is really important to understand why the market is kind of the way it is for hiring. Yes. So, section 174, right here, basically says that if you are employing R&D engineers, your R&D department and the engineers working there, previously you could write off the expense of their salary during that same calendar year. And now you actually have to amortize that over 5 years. And if they're foreign, right, non-US local, then it's 15 years. Companies with a lot of money in the bank can afford that and might actually make money off of it. But companies that don't have like a massive cash surplus sitting around are actually hurt really bad by not being able to write off their taxes the same way. Yeah, it's a giant hit to the bottom line of smaller companies, for sure. So the reason I bring that up is if DevRel does not fit within R&D, it is most likely taxed differently as well. So we might see a major, just DevRel spring happening, where a lot of companies start employing more and more DevRels because they get taxed differently. And if they're building in public, well, yeah, that's DevRel. ATO, I don't know what ATO is. I really want to submit a CFP for the one that DM Mulroy shouted out, Carolina Code Conference. The triple C. The C3. Different from the C3 I'm used to. Oh, All Things Open, a Raleigh, North Carolina open source conference? You guys are actually like close by. Have either of you guys ever met? Because that'd be cool. Right? Like DM Mulroy, Duct Tape. If you guys are nearby each other, you'd probably get along real well. He owes you a beer. Oh, that's the best. There you go. Yeah, if I get a DevRel role, they'll at least like reimburse travel and some of those things. And I'll happily just go hang out at meetups and talk about the product or whatever, you know? Like, fuck it, whatever. Right? Grassroots DevRel. I'm down. But I got to work for a company that actually encourages that. There's a few that I've looked at and talked with where they don't actually care about conferences anymore, which I get. I think makes sense. There's one, Get Kraken, that I think would be really cool. But a role at Get Kraken would be just about building some things, you know? They don't care about conferences or meetups anymore. They don't have a budget for it, like, you know, and maybe I'm disclosing too much there, but they just, like, the head of DevRel there just really doesn't see the value to the conference thing. They want stuff that can spread itself farther and wider, right? And I've heard Bash Bunny say the same thing, right? Why go do some conference or something when instead you could just do a YouTube video that lives forever, right? So yeah, I'd love to try and make a Get Kraken, technically, not Get Kraken, but Get Lens for NeoVim. I'd happily just build that out to, like, you know, bring attention to it. Are you trolling there, Duct Tape? You know it's a text editor. Come on. Throw a kappa on it. Otherwise, I'll just take everything you say as insincere from now on. If you're being sarcastic, sprinkle a little kappa on it. Yeah, no worries, DM Mulroy, for sure. Yeah, so Get Kraken owns Get Lens and the Git integration for Jira. But they don't have a NeoVim thing, and I asked if they considered one, and they're like, yeah, it's not on the roadmap yet, but they're making some other one, I forget what. And yeah, I think it would actually be really cool to build out live in front of people Git Lens for NeoVim, because it still shouts out and talks about what Git Lens is specifically anyway. And yes, it's a VS Code extension. I think they're working on a JetBrains extension as well. But NeoVim is not on their roadmap, and it probably should be. So that'll be one of the big things I propose as like a thing that I work on day to day as content. I think they would need to hire an actual editor, but doable. I am a bit surprised it's not on the roadmap either, but there's only so much software you can build. But if we look at it, hold on. This file's not in there, so hold on. Let's look at another one. We look at this. Git Lens is the thing that's saying, hey, who made this change? Well, I did 2 hours ago, or I did 5 months ago, right? And what is the commit that associates with that? It's also the thing that does the highlighting right here in the sidebar and in the scroll bar, right? So Git Lens does a lot of this stuff, right? You can click this on the sidebar and see what the change is, right? A lot of that functionality would be really interesting to try and replicate inside of NeoVim, for sure. Yeah, being able to see your git blame right there. No, nothing like that. It's just about visualizations. All it's doing is taking your git information and putting it into your editor. So who changed what and when, such as that little highlighter there. This right here to see if I've added a line or if I've modified a line. Right? It's just visualization. Sure. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's a really, really good extension idea. It's a recommended extension for VS Code. Oh, jeez. All right, so now I'm a little scared. Is that the CM Griffin? What you don't see is that the tail is a snake still. Yeah, it's the CM Griffin. And yeah, someone pointed out classy font. Seems interesting. Sure. Seems nifty. Seems really shallow. But maybe they can build it out to something else. That'd be cool. But yeah, I think the Section 174 stuff is incredibly interesting. And I'm wondering if DevRel is not classified that way. DevRel is going to be like a required role at pretty much every company at that point because they can write off those taxes, right? Instead of making them engineers within R&D, no, it's a marketing role. Boom, nailed it. Right? And marketing, I believe, can still be written off, which is awesome. But yeah, let's continue doing what we were actually doing, and that is building out the logic for submitting an email from our marketing site. The part we're at right now is trying to rationalize what this template's going to look like. What do you mean by that? Like you're saying he has a bunch of really good emotes too? I do know Matisse Tech. We've been over this, right? Yeah. That's right. You mentioned that the other day, and I forget what that even means. I didn't look it up. What is CTE? Sure. I've gotten a few too. Yeah, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. That was the word I couldn't pronounce when you were in stream the other night. Yeah, that's gnarly. Is yours from concussions, though? I mean, I just want to say I've gotten a bunch of concussions. When I say a bunch, easily 5. Right? That were bad enough that I concussed myself, and then I'm sitting there hanging out with my fellow van dweller in the parking lot of Mount Hood, letting them know, like, hey, I just had a concussion. I might be repeating myself. And they say, yeah, dude, you said that. You know? So you've had 3 total. I gotcha. The car crash one is probably the worst. Hockey is pretty minimal. I wouldn't expect your hockey injury to be that bad. I would bet the car crash is like the big thing. But yes, I've been concussed enough that I'm aware. Oh, 3 in 1 year, but you've had plenty of others. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a bummer. I've had 5 bad ones, and I'm estimating that number. If I had to really think about it, it's probably closer to like 3 or 4. Snowboarding for me. Again, if you don't remember, I was a snowboard bum for 10 years out of high school. My entire 20s. Uh-huh. Yeah, we're going to want to make sure that there is the option for a body right there. Yeah, like snowboard bum's not even kidding there, Fruit Shop. Yes, I lived in a van for, I want to say 4, maybe 5 summers. Never during the winter, because that's insane. But yeah, during the summer, absolutely. We'll call it message. Message. Ooh, no. Van life was really cool as a snowboard bum. It was actually really cool. For sure. There was an entire, like, community living in the parking lot at Mount Hood. It was really good. And then other people living down just in other places, like camp life, van life, etc. It was actually really common in the snowboard industry. Oh, Seth Getterson, that's a really good name, by the way. I really like that. When you say you get mad Aussies coming here, do you live up in Vancouver? Like, you know, Whistler style? Because I know Whistler gets a lot of Aussies. Stevens Pass used to get a bunch? Okanagan, is that Alaska? I'm not sure where Okanagan is. Okay, 4 hours east of Vancouver. Ooh, I've actually chatted with some people and been like, oh man, I could live like 4 hours east of Vancouver. I'd rather be at like Mount Seymour and some of those places, but still, yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. That's legit. We used to get a bunch of Aussies at Stevens Pass. I feel like we've been getting more of like the Chileans and like South Americans instead. right? Not as many Aussies for some reason. But yeah, here in Washington, like, we used to get a bunch of, like, the exchange, like, people, you know? Yeah, working lifts, that's chump stuff. You need to work in the terrain park, because then you get paid to snowboard all day. I'm not even kidding. Like, best time of my life. On the clock, shredding, like riding powder at night after the lifts close down on both sides. Power goes out and you're riding by like the orange safety lights. Yeah, dude, I've had that happen. Best time of my life. It was so good. It was really, really good. Yeah, terrain park, man. Best job on the mountain. Sometimes backbreaking labor, right? Shoveling and stuff. Most other times, just shredding. Just shredding. As long as your resort doesn't implement something as stupid as a park pass. It was real popular, like, in the, like, late 2000s. Snoqualmie had a park pass. Stevens Pass had a park pass. They did it just for the extra liability protection. But I think in court they realized it didn't help. You know, people still died in the terrain park, right? Even with a park pass. Leandro, thank you for that follow, though. Yeah, I'm not trying to make it too negative and morbid here. Let's keep going. Yeah, I'm not sure four-wheel gator. Park pass, as far as a ski resort goes, means you have to watch some, like, video about how to, like, exist within the terrain park. Meaning, don't sit in the landing of things, right? Don't skirt the corners of rails, right? As if they're jumps, things like that. No, so it's purely about just lawsuit liability, for sure. Insurance companies actually recommended it for a while. No, so Park Pass is purely about your access to the terrain park, where there's stuff that is outside the norm of standard ski resorts. I believe over time they realized that it didn't actually offer them any extra liability protection. Even if you signed a form and everything, nah, it's the same form you sign when you buy a lift ticket, technically. Right? Man-made and non-man-made obstacles exist. Bim, bam, boom. You're done, right? The only thing that you don't get out of from just the standard contract of a lift ticket is if you're running like a snowcat or a snowmobile during operations and you hit someone. Yeah, no amount of like signing away your life would actually give the resort protection from the liability of operating machinery during operations. There was theoretically times that people were in trouble for hitting a tree, right? Technically, I don't think that's been a thing for a long time. But in the terrain park, trees and a rail that was purposely erected by a human being are very different things, or at least were when insurance companies were having to like argue the court cases about them. Right? A jump that you build versus just natural snow forming, again, increases your liability for someone getting hurt on that jump versus just the natural formation of snow, right? Now, I believe that shit has been proven wrong, categorically in court. It doesn't offer you any extra protection. So most resorts have done away with the Park Pass program. I don't know of a single resort that still does it, but I'm sure there's at least one. It was simply one extra step to give them a little more liability protection. That's it. And I believe after enough court cases, it's been thrown out as being extra protection anyway. So then it's just an expense for no purpose, right? Because you got to print the passes. You got to maintain who signed it and who hasn't. You got to maintain people at the top of the park checking passes. Like, it gets really gross and expensive very quickly. And it doesn't actually offer any better protection from liability. Yeah, I'm just saying there was a time where they thought it would help in court. And that's a major reason to just do it. Fuck yeah. Operational expenses are like pretty predictable. The amount you might have to pay in lawsuits due to someone suing is not predictable. And I remember going to conferences, like insurance-funded conferences for ski resorts, right? Like, they all use basically the same insurance company. So you'll go to a conference where they'll have their main lawyer out there telling you about the cases they've argued and how that shit works and all that stuff. They actually have numbers equating like, well, yeah, snow absorbs the impact. So I forget the exact numbers, a 15-foot fall to even like hard pack like snow in the resort is equivalent to maybe like a 4-foot fall to concrete, right? And they have like graphs and measurements of like the temperature and consistency of the snow and all that stuff, right? To like simply argue against whether a jump was built improperly or something like that, right? Like, it gets really crazy. But yeah, the amount of like absorption, right? 15 feet fall onto hard pack snow is like, when I say hard pack, I mean Washington hard pack, not East Coast hard pack. The fact that that still like absorbs the impact for you more so than concrete would is kind of crazy. It also makes you realize how gnarly concrete is to fall on. Which means if you're hitting a jump that is, let's look at the ratio. If 5 feet to 15, and I'm messing up the numbers, I'm sure, right? It's easily like a 3x. So at that point, you can be 21 feet off the ground and fall onto hard packed snow. And it's equivalent to a 7-foot concrete fall. Now, if you're riding in slush, ooh, I've fallen really hard in slush before. And got right back up, right? Because slush is a different beast. Powder? Oh my God. Oh, dude. I've fallen face first into powder from like 40 feet up. Just like pure, just like step down style, right? Like off a cornice to my face. And got up and laughed about it, you know? No, the powder's easy. The powder's chill, man. Oh, I've done some falls into powder that you'd be like, oh my God, are you dead? Like, no, it's powder, man. It's so chill. But yeah, you had a friend who fell 3 feet and had to get airlifted? I mean, yeah, nothing's going to protect you from a bad fall, right? Learning how to fall is actually the #1 skill that predicts your longevity snowboarding. What that means is you don't throw your arms out randomly. You basically tuck up into a ball and you eat it, right? Like, yeah. There's very much like a way to fall. I've caught on a rail and, like, you know, caught my toe edge on a rail and was falling forward and knew that if I had fallen exactly like that, it would have been a problem. And mid-air, my spider sense kicked in and I tucked and rolled out of it. Totally fine. Got up and kept riding it. Had some people who were pro snowboarders be like, "Oh my God, that was a good tuck and roll." Yeah, I just didn't want to die. you know? Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. For sure. 1000%. Practicing bailing while pole vaulting? Yeah, that makes sense. I get it, man. Yeah. Knowing how to fall is really what separates people who can't snowboard anymore from people who still snowboard. Because you're gonna take a gnarly fall every once in a while. It's just gonna happen. There you go, four wheel. Yeah, learning how to fall is actually a skill. It's the skill that separates people that can still do it from people that can't. Due to injuries, etc. It's gnarly. But hold on, four wheel, you're saying, when you say open fracture, you mean compound fracture, like the ankle went through through the skin, right? Like a bone was poking through? Yeah, those are always an airlift situation. 1000%. That is always an airlift situation. Every single time. No doubt about it, not just due to the pain. The dude would have been airlifted anyway. Like, holy shit, dude. Compound fractures are one of the quickest ways to lose a limb. Yeah. Compound fractures get infected almost immediately. You get infection straight into your bone marrow. Right? If you get an infection in your bone marrow, yeah, that shit's done. You're figuring out where to saw it off at that point. What up, Big Kino? How you doing? I don't know why. For some reason, the name Big Kino sounds like something that they'd operate at a casino in Reno. Welcome to the casino in Reno, playing Big Kino. The biggest little city in the world. Right? Like that kind of BS. I don't know why. That seems like really accurate to me. Big Kino at the casino in Reno. Like, I don't know why. That just seems really good. I like that. That's a good name. I'm sorry, four wheel. I hope your laptop or PC is still okay. If you ruined another keyboard, yeah, put it on my tab. It's kind of what I do. I just ruin keyboards. Big Kino, I hope you're okay with me making that joke. Your name's your name. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong as well. Yeah, for sure. I like doing those. You still haven't? I assume you still haven't? Yeah, have not? Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah, you got it there, Big Kino. If you have a big lag going right now, I would say maybe do a refresh and then lower the quality of stream to 720 instead of 1080. Because lag is typically from dropping frames. Oh, I am duct tape. But the big problem is DevRel typically wants people with DevRel experience. Regardless of the experience I have, I still get filtered out because I don't have official experience. It's the craziest thing to me, man. It's the craziest thing to me. Now, granted, the last one I had for Solana, I made the mistake of asking about like ownership of side projects and ownership of videos. They don't want to deal with the legalities of that. They just want to own everything. But I just had to ask, you know? I had to ask. No, X Factor, like, for the most part, most people looking for DevRel are actually looking for senior DevRel or founding DevRel engineers, and both titles really require experience. Theoretically, your founding DevRel doesn't need the grand scheme design. You just need to make content. And you can actually, like, contract a big DevRel to, like, just create the game plan, you know? So I really want to push back and chat with, a person I just talked with today. Like, do they actually need the big name that they're going for? Or instead, could they just contract them out for general, like, guidance rather than full-time salary? And then, yeah, they just advise the junior that you have. I really do want to push back on that. I can't say anything major, but the person I just talked to today, they're interviewing other people that I would not want to jump in front of. I would not want to usurp or cut in line or do any of that stuff. I hope they get the role. I massively hope they get the role. I still think I'm more technical than at least the person I was told about. And I'm probably just as technical as maybe the other person they're talking about too. But again, I don't have a good content strategy that I think a lot of companies would be really looking for. Here's the thing though, I know enough people that do DevRel for a living as senior DevRels or head of DevRel or whatever their title is. Like, I know enough of those people, they'd be more than willing to give me some, like, tips and, you know, advice as we're going. So yeah, I just really need to convince a company to take a chance on me, I think. I don't like having to convince people, though. I really don't like that part. I think my biggest ability to convince someone is to have the confidence of saying, oh, you think that'll work? Go for it. And when it doesn't, come back and chat. So yeah, I'm not a salesperson. And I think that's my biggest problem. No, because the content strategy is unique to every company. So it would really be about if there's a company willing to give me a chance, I would then reach out to my network for any help and guidance they'd be willing to give, right? for sure. 1000%. I think a lot of the value I could bring is simply knowing other DevRels and doing collaborations. Yeah. Right? I talked with an authorization company at one point. I don't want to actually like say their name. I talked with an authorization company at one point and hinted to them majorly that I knew people at an authentication provider that we could do like co-streaming, co-content with to like bring each other up. And, you know, the company said I wasn't fitting it. They want someone with more experience, but I don't know, man. At some point, buying connections is worth it too. No. So I've recently applied to another company too that does similar, right? But basically Zanzibar as a service, right? Permissions as a service. Because scaling permissions is actually kind of gnarly. That's how that works. That's totally how that works, Duct Tape. Yeah, for sure. But no, I think permissions as a service, I really, really fundamentally think Zanzibar and services that abstract Google Zanzibar, they're carving out a brand new niche that is awesome, right? We've all seen authentication as a service, right? Clerk, Auth0, Okta, right? Like all those fucking things, right? How many do we see actually handling permissions? Very few. So when I say that, yeah, it's probably easy to guess which companies I've talked to and which ones I'm hoping to talk to eventually. I think ZD is separate. I believe OpenZD is more about Kubernetes style permissions, and I'm talking application level permissions. Now, I don't think OpenZD is it. I think OpenZD is separate. I could be wrong, but I'm literally talking about Zanzibar as a service. Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding Duct Tape. I mean, I've got a LinkedIn. If you just Google Chris Griffing, you'll find me. My tag is CM Griffing. Like, I'm the same tag on every platform. You can find me really easy, man. Now, so Zanzibar is, how do you authorize someone to edit a document? I'm not talking about authenticating them via their token and that BS, right? I'm talking about authorizing them for the exact asset that they should be able to edit or not. Google created a thing called Zanzibar, which is what they open sourced it as, but internally, I forget the name they have for it, they have this globally distributed system for permissions that is basically the backbone of Google Docs, right? Who can access this thing, who can view it, etc. Right? So permissions as a service. I don't think OpenZD fills that role. I could be wrong. I'm talking literally like an ACL, right? Or RBAC. Technically, what Zanzibar is something else back. It's like our like HR back or RH back or whatever. Like there's definitely like a hierarchical nature to it. But it's like, you know, role-based authentication or authorization, sorry, right? So app embedded. No, this is actually like its own service. I mean, dude, just Google Zanzibar. There's a doc about it. I'll just link out what Zanzibar is. I think OpenZD is outside the scope. They may be overlapping in some way, but they're not the same thing. Zanzibar handles authorization for YouTube, Drive, Google Cloud, Google Docs, like every single Google thing of who can edit what and when. It's not embedded to one app. This is about a suite of apps. Again, I don't care, man. Like, OpenZD is not the same thing. Zanzibar has been open sourced. I forget the name that Google has for the thing they use internally. But Zanzibar is the open source version of it, just like Bazel is the open source version of Blaze. Just like Kubernetes is the open source version of Borg. This is a very common pattern with Google. They have their internal thing, and then they work to make the external thing that is influenced and heavily like inspired by the internal thing, but they don't need to actually open source their internal thing, right? So that's what I'm getting at, right? Ori Keto is absolutely one of them. Yes, you're totally right. Ori Keto is an implementation of Zanzibar, but they're not hiring. Oso and AuthZed are. They're the only other open implementations of Zanzibar I've seen, but I would assume that Okta and Auth0 probably have something they're doing as well. But Ori Keto is, yes, an implementation of Zanzibar. From my understanding of it. I believe that is fundamentally different from OpenZD. I get it. I don't want to burn any bridges. I don't want anyone to, like, go out of their way for me. I appreciate it, and we can chat. We can, like, discuss it. Is OpenZD actually what we're talking about, though? Because I was under the impression OpenZD is different. Let me just look it up. Zero Trust Networking. Yeah, OpenZD operates at a lower level. OpenZD is meant to operate at like the Kubernetes level, right? Meanwhile, we're talking about the application level. Like, technically different. Maybe I'm wrong. I could totally be wrong still. No, I get it, but like the fact that everything that they're talking about is like Docker / Kubernetes focused, I just think they're different things. That's all I'm getting at, Duct Tape. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. I just don't think you're actually hearing what I'm saying. It's not about identity. It's about permissions. Identity and permissions are fundamentally different. One is authentication, one is authorization. They both might fall under the wing of auth, but they are different. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, try and, like, use less buzzwords with us, man. You can say shift left all you want. I've heard too many marketing people use that term to know that it doesn't actually mean anything. No, I get it. What I'm simply trying to say is that I think you're misunderstanding me, and you haven't actually pointed out how they're different yet. I have tried to explain how I think they're different, but you're not responding to any of these comments. So at this point, we should just move on. Can you use Ori Keto for a CMS? As far as I understand it, yes. If you have a many user organization within some CMS platform, you might use Zanzibar to determine who can edit which documents. Are they the owner? Just imagine Zanzibar and, some of these things replacing your typical ACL or your typical RBAC. Right? Role-based authentication or authorization controls, right? Replacing those with a more globally distributed system is just better than localizing it to your one single database, right? Because then you have a single source of failure for something that is really outside your core business logic. So access control list or hierarchical RBAC or any of that stuff, right? Zanzibar is meant to replace those. The way I've had it explained and explained to me is Zanzibar is more like a linked list of permissions rather than a single place to verify these things. Right? When you're operating at the scale of Google, you may have servers distributed across the entire world that may have caching differences and things like that, where at some point throughout the chain of evaluating the permissions of these things, you might hit a dozen servers to check for permissions. And how do you actually do that in a way that's clean and cacheable? And a simple ACL is not going to solve that when you're at the scale of Google. It's akin to rolling your own authentication. Small companies can roll their own auth, no problem. Large companies are better off using a well-established pattern. Right? Hence, clerk coupled with authorization such as a Zanzibar-based product, like Ori Keto. I get it, duct tape. It's fine. At some point, it does really feel like you're not hearing what I'm saying, though. The language doesn't matter right now, Duct Tape, because it's a service. It's just an API you hit. It's its own separately scalable service. That's the power of it. It's no longer coupled to your database instance. No, Zanzibar is a pattern. Zanzibar is like a white paper, right? Consider Zanzibar basically like the DynamoDB white paper that inspired Mongo and pretty much like a majority of NoSQL things, right? It's just a white paper. Zanzibar is just a white paper. You would implement Zanzibar yourself. It's not a service that Google exposes. Yeah, exactly. It's more akin to the Dynamo white paper from Amazon. It's more akin to even like the Kubernetes white paper before Kubernetes was a big thing, right? Right, so understand the separation of like, yeah, they open sourced the pattern. They didn't give you any code for it. That's up to you to do the implementation details. But again, Big Kino and Reno at the casino, that was a very good comment. Yeah, very good question, for sure. Ori Keto. Permission and role management. Boom. This is one. Another company, AuthZ. Authorization as a service. And then finally, Oso Auth. Those are the big three. Those are the only three I know about. I assume Auth0 and Okta have something for it, because they made the website explaining Zanzibar. But I don't know what their product is called, and I don't know how it would work to implement that stuff. I have no idea. No clue. Zero. None. So yeah, I'd say check out all these companies and look at the visualizations they provide via Marketing BS, and then boom, right? This is actually one of the cleanest and coolest visualizations of it I've ever seen. So here's the biggest part of it. If you haven't built out a large API, you've probably never dealt with managing this level of permissions, right? This level of authorization, which is separate from authentication. If you have ended up building out an ACL and an RBAC or an RBAC or any other standard authorization approach, some of this stuff will actually feel very familiar. But remember that it is very specific. So for authorization in Zanzibar, you might end up dealing with many steps within the chain that determine whether you have access to this thing. And I'm not good at explaining it because I haven't been paid to actually understand it better. I'd love to. Man, I think the auth-z role would have been good. So yeah, I just doxed. There's 3 companies, right? I interviewed with auth-z for 2 interviews. No, not global roles. No. So Big Kino. That's actually what an ACL is, right? Or an RBAC, technically. Role-based authorization, right? What you're talking about global role-wise is literally RBAC. A little bit biotechnic. Zanzibar is one of the coolest things I've seen open sourced recently that's actually amazing. Google created their white paper about Zanzibar in 2018, and we still haven't seen anybody really make a business out of it yet. But if you want to really do the startup thing, just look at when Google creates a white paper. Look at the white paper and think if you can build a business around it. Because that's actually how so many things get built. That's how MongoDB was created, right? Not a Google doc, but an Amazon doc. But again, if you see a white paper that resonates with you from one of these giant companies, that is a massive startup opportunity. Massive. So huge. Zanzibar is one of the most recent white paper opportunities I can think of. Zanzibar is Google's open source version of the thing they use internally for global authorization of who can edit a doc on Google Docs, etc. I know, you missed most of what I was saying. I'm just reiterating in the smallest amount possible because I don't want to do the entire spiel again. No one's paying me to redo the spiel, so I have no incentive to actually care that much. You can Google it. You can figure it out. There's companies that are paying for it. Yeah, it's Zanzibar, not Sansibar. Right? Zanzibar would be without a bar. That's a dry wedding, right? Zanzibar. Not Zanzibar, Zanzibar. If you don't know the joke, sans means without. So a wedding without a bar is a dry wedding. Bim bam boom, science. All right, BRB, one sec, I gotta go pee. Am I waiting for a Google white paper on feature flagging? No, not at all. I've already started building a tool for feature flagging. I don't need to wait on Google for it. Technically, instead of Google, there's always open feature flagging. OpenFeature.dev. Now, so OpenFeature is like open telemetry, but I don't think it satisfies the niche of what I'm looking for Vexilla. Yeah, exactly, X Factor. You got the Zanzibar joke. At least someone did. But no, as far as feature flagging goes, I think open feature is the future. That almost rhymes, so you know it's good. But realistically, they don't do enough of what I'm trying to do with Vexilla yet. Could we eventually make it happen? Absolutely. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. Seeing tweets from a thing, right? From the company that ghosted me. Yeah, unfollow that for sure. I'd be fine if they just said, hey, we're going, like, we've hired someone else. They could be a human being about it, but no, they didn't. So yeah, I want nothing to do with them. I know, expecting a business to be a human being about it, that's what Citizens United was all about, right? So we can judge them as a human being as well, right? At some point, we could even probably get a restraining order against a company. I wouldn't, because who cares? I don't know. No, I think Citizens United is bullshit no matter what. Regardless of how you feel about politics, a business is not a person because a business has no discernible lifespan, right? There's no average, proper, like, how long a business could live for, right? So no, a business is not a person. They should not have the same voice as a person. But good luck fighting that in the Supreme Court. No worries, Bob. Yeah, get some exercise. I'll be here. It's only 7 p.m. There's like a game I could play tonight, but meh, like I'm in no rush to play some games. No, I didn't do anything exercise-wise today. I should do some kettlebell stuff later. We'll see. I haven't done kettlebell stuff in weeks. I know, I'm feeling weak from it. No pun intended. As chubby as I'm feeling lately, I was still able to, like, flex in the mirror and see abs still. Right? Like, not well defined, but they were still there. So that means something. Means I'm not that bad yet. They were fuzzy abs. They were a little bit like, you know, thick. But no, I can sit there. I can do like the proper like stomach flex, not even like the sucking it in, like, you know, thin guy like abs. No, I can actually like get my actual abs to show, so my core is still there somewhat. But yeah, no, just pointing it out, like, I'm out of shape. Unless you consider the shape of round to be a good one. What's for dinner tonight? Ooh, that I haven't decided on. I picked up some, like, pre-cooked, like, cod, like, fried fish. I might do that and some, like, potatoes. Or I could do bacon and eggs. Bacon and eggs is actually, like, one of the lower calorie meals I could do. Because I pluck out, like, at least, like, you know, like 75% of the yolk. Yeah, bacon and eggs is one of the healthier meals I can do. I do the bacon in the microwave, right? With like the paper towels, and they absorb all that stuff to where it's just like super crispy with like no fat like still left in it. The eggs I cook are like over hard. Technically, they're not over hard. They're like fried eggs, to where they still got the runny yolk in them a bit, and then I like pluck out the fully cooked yolk. So I'm consuming maybe like 1 whole yolk per 4 eggs at that point. So it's a good meal. Like, it's a solid, like, healthy meal. Ooh, I mean, you know that this is a foodie stream in disguise, right? More than meets the eye, more than meets the stomach. Unintended ghosting detector? How would that even work? I thought you were getting some exercise, man. No, that's good. You're exercising your brain at this point, so yeah, that works. Yeah, it's crazier to me as I like go through this process that highly technical DevRel roles are actually not that common. Wait, X Factor, is that a Dwight thing? That sounds like a reference to Lord of the Rings more than a Dwight reference, for sure. Beats, Bears, Battlestar Galactica. Oh, Kevin? Oh, it was a Kevin reference? Interesting. I could see that. All right. His name's Kevin. Yeah. My brother's name is Kevin. I'll never be able to forget it. He's nothing like Kevin from The Office, but if I want to mess with him at some point, I could do it. And duct tape. You still out there, man? I wasn't trying to scare you away. I was just trying to point out that I think we had a disconnect on what we were talking about. That's all. I know, phrasing is a thing, and I'm really bad at it. All right, let's look back at the code we're trying to write. We need to create a mailer, right? We got our transporter dot send mail. What is actually the response from that? What up, Cowface? How you doing? Yeah, what you up to? We are working on Vexilla. The part we're working on right now is a services page in which people can like actually submit a form to try and get me to help them launch out their whatever thing that they need feature flags for. And, you know, if they're open source, they could be massively discounted. Technically, most likely free. And real quick, yeah, Big Kino, Mr. Sir, thank you for that follow. I appreciate you. What you up to? What's everyone up to? You got plans for the week? Hopefully tomorrow, me and DM Mulroy basically finish the OCaml SDK for Vexilla. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? Be a whole lot cooler if we did. Oh, there you go, Sergeant Pepper. An AWS migration? Yeah, that can take some time. I'm really curious about that. Yeah, interesting. Oh, Cowface. Hold on. You ever see that movie Congo? You ever see that movie, Congo? Because if not, this quote's not going to make any sense. But basically, there's a character in the film that says, you know, as they're like traveling into somewhere in like mainland Africa, their plane gets intercepted. They're getting interviewed. And one of the characters says, oh my God, this is pure Kafka. And then there's like the person interviewing like, who is Kafka? Tell me! Like, yeah. So that's all I can think of whenever I hear someone mention Kafka. Who is Kafka? Tell me! Right? Meanwhile, the dude's talking about just like, yeah, right? This is pure Kafka. Like, ugh. The bureaucracy of it. And then he's getting grilled on who Kafka is. And that's like more Kafka than anything. Having to like rationalize what Kafka is to a person that's subjecting you to a Kafka-esque interrogation. It's a terrible film that I would recommend to everybody. It's a good, terrible film. Ugly gorilla. Ugly. There's got to be at least one person in chat that's seen the movie Congo, right? Otherwise, I seem really weird and crazy at this point, which is not outside of normal. But please tell me there's at least one person in chat that's actually seen the film Congo. Am I that old? Ah, shit. I'm that old. That's all there is to it. Stop eating my sesame cake! That's fine, four-wheel. It just means you're a sheltered individual. You should have seen Congo by now. I probably should have known something was up when he said he was a Romanian philanthropist. It's a good film. You can hear Ernie Hudson do a really bad South African accent. He goes British. It works. It's fine. No, this is a movie made in what, 1995, 96? Ugly gorilla. Ugly. 95. Damn, I'm good. Woo! Oh, you can't even buy that feeling. Woo! Yeah, you can't buy that feeling, man. When you remember how old you were the first time you saw it? Yeah. I was basically doing the Ric Flair woo, right? Woo! Right? Totally. I saw it in 1996 only because I didn't see it in theaters, right? It came on HBO in 96 when it was made in 95. Obviously. Duh, that's science. Yeah, X Factor. That was absolutely a Ric Flair reference. For sure. Golden Boy. I know. Most of this chat doesn't know who Ric Flair is. I am that old. I'm as old as Ric Flair looked. I could have sworn that dude was wrestling in his 60s. But instead, he just went gray really quick. I wonder if it was dyed. Back when he was still actually wrestling and not just like a character to be a heel for, right? Like, back when he wasn't... Oh, shit. Who were some of the, like, the manager characters back in the day? Ah, fuck. Why am I forgetting their names? You know what I'm talking about, right? They were just characters that were managers for wrestlers, but they're just actors, you know? I'll tell you what, Mean Gene. Right? Like, Mean Gene actually played a manager for a while when he was no longer an announcer. Right? Yes, I just did Jesse Ventura's voice. I'll tell you what, Mean Gene. We're gonna do this thing and we're gonna do it right. Right? Dude, did I just give someone, like, major deja vu by doing the Jesse Ventura voice perfectly? I hope so. I really hope so, actually. You can absolutely tell I was a kid during the 90s. Yeah, Nori's Big Kino. Big Kino has to go work at the casino in Reno. Yeah, we get it. No big deal. I'm going to keep doing that every time I see it now. I apologize. There's no way I'm going to ever forget that. The biggest little city in the world! Right? Like, dude, it's just so good. All right, so here's something I think I want to do. I want to make the name and the email fields actually live next to each other. Soon. I'm going to make name and email live next to each other and add a message field. Message. Yeah, you're probably right. That's a good idea. Yeah, like a min height would be a good one, for sure. Yeah, that's a really good idea, X Factor, for sure. I like that. We'll do it right now as we spin this up. Ooh, it's spun up already. Let's just do a refresh. Come on, get in touch. You can submit this form to contact us, type BS, whatever, right? Min H, not MIH. MIH is a different thing. Right? It'll jump up a bit. But I think we're good. That face when you remember from chemistry class that alcohol does not absorb sugar. So you're already at saturation point. Saturation meaning 0. Meanwhile, if I pour a little water in it, Watch the sugar disappear. I made Mongolian beef last night. It was really good, but I actually didn't sweeten it enough, so I didn't get that like nice like glazed look to it. And that's on me. I just needed more sugar. I really nailed it on the spice and every other part, right? The crispiness of the beef, just due to cornstarch when you like cook it the first time, before you add the flavoring and all that BS. Ooh, I nailed it, but I could have done better too. I got a rice cooker. I got raw rice. I got rice for days. You know, it's a thing. We're only at 7:17 p.m. And again, I'm pointing out that I got no game I'm looking forward to, so I'd rather just keep streaming. If you all are down for it, I'm down too. Yeah, let's keep streaming. Let's keep doing this. Let's actually style this form a bit better. We got it. Like, no big deal. All right, so we do those two fields next to each other. All right, there we go. That looks better. Name, email. And then after those, we have our div of a text field. So let's go look at ShadCN and see what they recommend for it. Because, yeah, I don't know. All right, text area is its own thing. I don't think we actually have text area installed yet. Nope. Here's the thing. Instead of latest, I should probably be using some other, like, main class. All right. Anyway. Message. All right, so people over on YouTube, how are y'all doing? Right? I never ask y'all what you're saying, like what you're doing, what's up, right? Etc. You could chime in. When I say what's everyone up to, I include YouTube. You know that, right? Come on. So what's everyone up to? Heading to Sun Valley to shred some gnar tomorrow. Sun Valley, that's, is that Utah? Idaho. Oh, super cool, man. Oh, I wish you the best weather. Yeah, I haven't even looked at it. Like, what is weather like for Stevens Pass here? Hold on. Weather. The weather outside is frightful. Hey, we're expecting snow. less than a half inch, 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 less than a half inch. So Idaho and Montana end up getting like slipstreams and storms that just don't hit Washington, right? Because they like funnel up around it. Yeah, Washington is basically like really on like the bad receiving end of some of these like jet streams. Less than a half inch, less than a half inch, less than a half inch, less than a half inch. Less than a half inch. Less than 1 inch. Less than 1 inch. Like, dude. Heyo. You're not wrong. I wish you were. Let me put it that way. All right, so whitefish would be in the same exact boat. Are you sure there's a bunch of snow you're looking for? Or are you like really being optimistic about it? Really? All right, so Stevens Pass didn't get any of that. I'm going to have to move away from Washington if I actually want to snowboard. If I want to ride powder. I need to find some place with a legit park for the springtime. But I could just head to Tahoe, and then we're good. Yeah, springtime Tahoe shredding is actually the move, which would actually lend itself towards a summer Hacker News. No, not Summer Hacker News. Summer Y Combinator. Sorry. Same thing. Tomato, tomato. Brain fart. My bad. I was like, wait, why didn't that not sound right? Yeah, now we know. Right? Summer Y Combinator cohort? I know. Hacker News is Y Combinator. Duh. That's not the right link, but I know what you meant. Yeah, Summer Y Combinator would be the best time for me to do it, because then I can move to the mountains and just do the startup thing. Ooh, I'm not even kidding, Zeb. Yeah, if I did the Summer Y Combinator, I could move to Tahoe and then just drive out to San Fran the once a week. Like, dude, that is something I have majorly thought about. And then any other startup people that want to come crash and hang out at Tahoe, well, maybe I got a place for them to stay. If I get a good enough, like, property, you know, but probably not. Probably not. But man, that'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, just good old hacker cabin during the winter. No big deal. We'll see, we'll see. Probably not now, probably not this year. At some point. Why not, man? Make it an incubator? Yeah, no, that'd be tough to, like, make an incubator that competes with Y Combinator. Like, no, because it would be a legitimate, like, competitor at that point. It would never work. Message. Oh, shit. Nope, we're good there on that one. All right, there we go. That's not a bad form, right? I don't think we need a card around it. We might need more content on the page, sure. Yeah, you're saying I should probably just remove that paragraph. I think I agree. You were saying I should add some, but I think removing the paragraph actually is cleaner. Yeah, like adding a bit of spacing would have worked. I think removing it actually, I think I nailed it. I have become designer. I have become the death of man. Yeah, instead, could I just make like a thing in the middle here between it? Like, hey, do you want to just reach out to us via Discord? Blah, blah, blah. And it's just a banner at that point. I don't think the Discord like call out is actually that valuable because who do they contact? Right? It's not explicitly clear. And yes, we could fine tune the Discord channel to like optimize for it and all that. But it doesn't speak for itself at that point, you know? I'm going to leave it commented for now, for sure. And yeah, at 7:43 p.m., I'm a bit tired. I'd love to get some sleep at like midnight tonight and wake up at a reasonable hour tomorrow and then just fully like, you know, stream earlier. Maybe end earlier, but we'll see. I need to start restarting my streams at about 11 a.m. because I think there is value to that. For sure. I really like what we have so far, though. Like, this is pretty good. Tomorrow, I think our main goal... We don't have a really good dedicated support channel. We don't yet. And we should. We should. And I want to shout out the Discord if anyone prefers a Discord. But no, like, there's, like, extra steps for Discord to be valuable. And, yeah, we can do it. We can make it happen, but... Yeah, that's like a separate field. That's a separate thing. Right? Like, I just need to, like, check some boxes here. At the bare minimum, we need to be communicable. And beyond that, there's other stuff we can do. Granted, this button doesn't work. We got other stuff we got to do. I'm actually getting really hungry. So I got to eat that food. I got to get it in my belly. And it's not a good thing for me to just, like, leave stream hanging while I go cook food. So instead, we should go raid somebody. I could raid somebody. Yeah, it's like that one, you know, that song where the singer sounds like a broken accordion. Yeah, Kings of Leon. Yeah, that one. Right? I could rate somebody. Right? Like, we can do that. That's no problem. Who deserves a raid right now, though? That's the hardest part. Oh, that's the hardest part of ending a stream. Who deserves a raid? Oh, I see Prime. I see Prime. I owe Prime. I have not actually seen the blue hair version of Prime, but yeah, let's go raid Prime. It's actually pretty rare that I finish up while he's still going. So yeah, this is perfect. Let's go raid Prime. I don't know what the genesis of the blue hair is, but okay. Does he have a receding hairline like I do, though? Like, I see that corner going way back. Is he using his hair while he still has it? Because that's a really good thing to do. And he just started like an hour ago. He might have an hour left in him because like that's how his like late night streams go. But yeah, let's go do it, right? Yeah, we got this. Let's go say hi to Prime while he does his thing. Yeah, like this is solid. All right, so pausing the music, stopping the virtual cam. Everyone on YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. Appreciate you. End of stream.